Greetings, salutations. Saturday Night Reaver, and tonight we have Reaver. We have the original Disco Reaver. Some of you will know, obviously, that I'm involved with the Titans Owners Club, and next weekend is the premier Titan Walk event. So those who've seen Warhammer Fest and the coverage they had there with the Titan Walk, and lots of our most diligent and awesome members participated in a 3-day Titan Walk for the duration of Warhammer Fest, and were given a lot of praise for putting on such a spectacle and having the time to talk to the public. So people coming on asking questions, saying, "Oh, what's that? What's this?" And everybody worked really hard to make sure that they put on a good demonstration, because they're playing a game, but obviously they're interacting with the crowds, and a lot of people have said really nice words. Lots of like influencers and stuff who came over, and they've said on their sort of social medias and stuff, and how impressive it was to be and see these Titans, which you don't often get to see. Forge World Titans up close, unless you go to a lot of events like gaming events, and somebody brings a Warhound for a Horus Heresy game or something like that. There's a lot of them out there, but you don't often get the chance to play with them. And that's where the Titans Owners Club comes into things, where it's a group of hobbyists who have Titans, and a Titan affliction as well, because it is a lot of people don't just stop at one, they get others as well, many others in some cases. But it's a great opportunity to actually play with these kind of models, albeit with a simplified version of the Adeptus Titanicus rules, just for speed and expediency, because there's so many people taking part. It's not just like 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. There's lots of people. Mac, well done for being first, and hello, Mousebait, my beloved assassin of bots. Lovely to have you back with Titans. Obviously, there's not Titans here at the moment because I am running behind. I got out of work late. That's a different story. And then getting home, talking to a neighbour, eating dinner, and then it's literally like, oh, I've got no time to do anything. So the plan was always to be doing some Titany stuff. So what I have got to hand, easily grabbable, is one of these. So this is a bellicose volcano cannon. I need a hairdryer. Try and get that back up again, because that's where it's been in the box, and it had the Sun Fury on top of it. So over the course of months, it sort of warped down a bit. But I was thinking of doing some decals on these plain red pads, basically, because we've got the nice checker and stripe. But I wanted to do some decals on that. I've also got the Iracundus is right here. So because I hadn't finished its base, so here he is with his base. It's just a case of just touching up and painting, well, not painting, with actually like agrax to it and doing some. That's kill banner. That is Heracundus. So his little chain. So yeah, it's basically getting him finished, because the other 3 Titans I have with bases. So it's the other Reaver, Repturus, and then Tacit Venatrix and Donna Magna, my pair of Warhounds. I haven't done a base for the Warlord because he's very stable. Like his stance is very good, stable, and all that. And if I did do a base for it, it's not going to fit into the box. Where the box I have for Mr. Iracundus, I used to be able to get Iracundus and the 2 Warhounds in. It was obviously magnetized, so I could do that. I can only fit Iracundus in there now because base takes up a lot of space, and you can't get anything else in there. So they've got their separate little boxes now. He's now on his own. Rapturus is on his own, and Vindicta Templi, the Warlord, was in 2 boxes anyway. But yeah, so we've got this to work on tonight, and doing decals on the Warlord's Bellicusville Kingdom Kin. So yeah, keeping it simple because, as I say, it's been really busy this week. Lots of stress over car issues. So that's been fun. But what has everybody... Hey, Moggy! Oh, Moggy Miniatures. If you don't follow him on Instagram, follow him. Because he is one of the... And I'm not blowing smoke up his ass. He is one of the most awesome like painters out there, modelers, painters. And he's recently been working on a Chaos Reaver Titan, which he's done in Furion colours. And it looks freaking amazing. It is a very pretty looking model. He's also a really lovable guy as well. So, and he won't be embarrassed by me saying that because he is lovable. Him and Daz, who's been on here once or twice in the past, came down to Beachhead earlier in the year and hung out with us as we was playing Titans with like Leaky Cheese and that. And yeah, we were trying to get him to come down to a Titan walk. Oh, see, that's how lovable that man is. I'm just annoyingly, damn you, Mr. Goddamn. Damn them. Updates on phones. The ringtone I had, which was my War of Worlds Warhorn, is no longer a tune that I can have. I can have other things, such as let's try with this one because I've got a new speaker, which I bought. So let's try this out. Ready? That's the T-Rex from Jurassic Park, which I have used as a war horn in the past. There's a badger. There's a badger in here as well. Me, Daz, Craig, and Andy. Oh, awesome! You bring Craig and Andy as well. Oh, wow. But are you bringing Titans though? Are you bringing your Warbringer? Oh yeah, it took me forever on mobile. Well, thank you, my wonderful mod. I salute you with my Diet Coke and Jack Daniels honey. Not that I'm sponsored by Jack Daniels. I would love to be, but I'm not because I'm not that big of a YouTuber. I'm a small fry in a big world. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly find the appropriate war. There it is. So is that sounding? So that's what I normally have. Well, the one I had before this was bigger. So this is actually a lot smaller, and I literally picked this up on the way home. Get off. I don't want no. Get off. Oh, sorry, talking to my phone now. YouTube. Get off YouTube. Although I'm getting onto YouTube because I'm just trying to add that. So got to add the minutes up. So to get monetized on this thing, you've got to have over, well, there's two levels. The cheap level is over 500. I've luckily, because I've been doing this for a couple of years now, I've managed to get about 1,200 people to actually subscribe to me. Obviously, it's free subscription, doesn't cost you anything. But then the next milestone for the main thing is that you have to have 4,000 hours of footage per year, sort of thing. And that sounds a lot, and it is. And because I only do 2 streams a week, normally do 2 streams a week, I don't get a lot of footfall in here to watch the entire shows. And I appreciate everyone who does come in and hang out for a little while, because all those minutes add up, sort of thing. So it is hard going, but you know, the only thing I can do is keep plugging away. You know, because once you hit 4,000 hours a year and over 1,000 subs, then you can get monetized. So, like, obviously, there's adverts in these things already, which I don't remember. You know, saying, "Oh yeah, I want adverts," but it happens. But at least I would get a bit of a, you know, kickback from it. That is watch hours, yeah, 4,000 watch hours. I'm about 1,300 for the year, because it does it on per year. So each day it goes off, it takes off and goes on. But yes, yeah. So as I said, we've got the volcano cannon. We're going to do some decals added onto here. So I'll just put some kill, like skulls and, you know, usual. And doing the base here, which is purely going to be like a little bit. I've got to touch up a little bits and pieces here and there because I might have damaged. It does get a bit bashed, but it's now stable compared to what happened last year at last year's walk, where Iracundus used to be freestanding. I used to have what I called the Cuban Hill, which was a half of a rhino, well, a third of a rhino, or a side of a rhino tank, painted up in Iron Warriors livery that it used to stand on. And I was getting annoyed of having to move that. I thought, I want more stability in my life. But I put it onto its old base. And as I was playing on the Sunday, as I went to move it, I realised that, because it's got holes in the bottom, which are now where the screws holding it to this base is, that one leg had come up quite a bit. And I thought, oh, that looks a bit dangerous. I better address that sort of thing. So as I was trying to wiggle it back in, I believe is the official term, the front decided to fall, like the top section started to tip forward. And I was like a professional goalkeeper. I literally just dropped to the floor. It did make impact, but I did comfort and soften the blow with my hand underneath it. But when you drop a Titan, your sphincter, you really are about to shit yourself, because, like, you know, that's the first time I've dropped this one, or obviously, well, I could drop it. I was trying to put it back together, but it decided to go, no, I've had enough, bye, and fell forward. And luckily, I caught it, because if I hadn't done that, like, there was the chest pauldron bit came off, but that happens anyway, because it was magnetized, but then I glued it, and then it wasn't really strong enough. That came off, but it's all been repaired. That's the main thing. Touched up where there was a little bit of damage, but oh my god, I was just like in bits. Like, because the heart was racing. I could have been having a heart attack. I don't know. But it was like, oh my God, this is like, you know, you see the worst. And I thought I'd done some major damage, but luckily I hadn't. So that's why I took the decision to base my smaller Titans because I could find some nice little base. This is a chopping board. This is acacia wood chopping board. I bought from the range for £9. And that's polyfiller. Spread over, mucked up a little bit, and then painted, dry brushed, and we'll say add the wash tonight. But it really shocked me and threw me, and I was like, played on the game, won the battle, you know, heroic, yay! But yeah, it was one of those moments you don't want to repeat again. So he's now firmly locked in. Do up to enter down with Demon. I'll give her one last outing, so maybe see if I can get her down. Would be cool. Yes, your Warbringer. Say, even with the Warlord head on it, sort of thing. Because I'm a bit of a purist, but the way you did that, I'll forgive you anything. Because it just looks fucking amazing. It's literally one of the best 40k scale Titan paint jobs out there. You know, there's a few out there, and there's quite a nice smattering of Titans. But you know, you're one of the only sort of like guys that I know that do the big shit. You know, most people are doing like your little, you know, feature models or dioramas and all that. You go out and just go, no, fucking, here's a Warbringer. Have that, you bastard. But yeah, so this little dude, always through the wars, everybody hunts him down because people want to have the privilege and honour and the acclaim of killing Iracundus. And I let him come for me, you know? I let him come for me because I use it as a battle plan because I know they're coming for me. So if you know what your opposition's up to, you lure them in and then annihilate them. All my loyalist AT Warbringers have Warlord heads. And that is fine. You can do that. People do whatever they want with their models at the end of the day. And as long as they're happy, that's all that freaking matters. Charge! Back to the gun machines, yes. We're back on, as I say, this is prep week. Water. So just getting the little bits and pieces to be done, finished off. I say, like, this dude is like, because I got him shortly after they were released, so I think I was around about 2010, might be 29. And I put bits together because I'd never worked with resin and nothing of this scale, so I piddled around a little bit for a couple of years, did some bits, hid it away. Like, I've bought kits back in the 90s. I bought a pulse rifle kit, basically, and it was vac formed plastic, and you had to fill it up with plaster of Paris and all that, and do bits to. There were some resin parts, but I had no idea how to work with them, and I never built it. Literally, I spent 100 quid. I spent 200 quid because me and my mate bought one each, and I said I'll build it. I experimented with resin and kind of warped, was where I just thought, all right, just pour it into the vac formed thing because I wanted it to be nice and sturdy. So I bought this like high density sort of resin from the early internet, or whatever it was. Not realizing that the chemical reaction would superheat and then warp the plastic. So it was slightly crooked. And because I had no idea what I was doing, so I never built it, and I think it basically got lost in the house move, disappeared, in other words. So yeah, so this dude lived in boxes for a while, for a couple of years until my friend Chris Booth was starting out with his commission painting. And because of, I've said this story before, but for those who haven't heard it, the Reaver Titan was the Titan that I loved the most from the old AT. I loved the look of it. It looked menacing and badass, you know. And I wanted to do it properly, and I didn't have the skill set to do it. And it was stressing me out. I was getting upset, and it was like really like putting a lot of pressure on myself. And eventually I thought, I need help. And so I asked my mate Chris, I said, do you paint big models? And he went, yeah, why? What you got? I said, I've got this. And I sent him a picture. And I'd done, you know, a rough paint job on it. You know, I'd done the stripes, painted some red bits, and he literally just went, give it to me now. So I boxed it up, drove to his house, you know, 20 miles down the road, gave it to him, and left it in his hands. And from what I did, because it was so upsetting, because I wanted it to be beautiful and perfect, but I just didn't have the skill to do a model of that size. So I gave it to him, and then when he sent me the first picture, which was of the cockpit, and I know I've shown this off before. So head. So obviously Iracundus approves. So when he sent me a first picture of, if it would focus, I don't think it's going to focus that well, but yeah, I saw that, you know, compared to what I had, and I cried, like tears of joy. I saw what he'd done here, because I wasn't expecting anything like that. You know, all the little dials he's painted up, sort of thing, and put a little targeting screen jobby. But I saw that, and it was just like, dude, that's just beautiful. So, and then ahead. This has actually had a nose job because I fucked up this bit, because it wasn't very, it was quite thin. It wasn't that thick, and I think I must have like gripped it too hard, and I basically broke a bit off. So I actually, that there is green stuff. So I green stuffed it a new nose. It's had a nose job. Yeah, so I saw that and I just cried like a 10-year-old boy at seeing his first Reaver Titan being assembled. So I'm actually gonna quickly, it says quickly, I've done no painting so far, so this is good for a hobby hangout. I've done fuck all. So putting the top on because I want to see how this fits. So yeah, come for a walk. So there's that. So that goes in there. So this, because my other one was bigger than that, so this top section wouldn't sit properly. So let's try it again with feeling this time. Right. Come out of that. Let's go back to search again. Do that. So fire in the hole. Oh, I think it might have, because I haven't charged it. And now I've got it stuck on the inside. Okay. Well, that was anticlimax, if you say the least. Oh my goodness. Oh, stay put. All right. Oh no, he was working. I turned the volume down. That's what I did, the twat. Right, let's try again. So let's put the lid back on as well, because that's where it will be. Internet connection. That's not the speaker, it's the internet. So how did that sound on through the mic? Did you hear that? Was that okay? Was it semi-impressive? Because that is perfect. So excelente. I'll turn that off because I need to charge that up now. But I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy with that at last. Should have said more prayers. Yeah, I wish I had some incense. That's what I've been missing. I haven't got enough incense. That's the problem. You know, no Magos worth his sacred undulance is without that sort of shit. So yeah, so here's his old one, and there's a new one. So that's not going to. Oh, it has got power. Or listen.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Oh, that's odd because it normally speaks a bit more. So let's try this one. So that one didn't work. Let's see if it's sorry about the technical difficulties we're having with a Bluetooth speaker. Maybe if I actually connected to it.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Yes, there you go. It's successfully. So we can't have two at once. That's a shame. Yeah, that's definitely louder. If I don't do these experiments, we don't know. But that one fits into the back of Iracundus much, much better than this one. But this one's just got that little bit, that's it. So that's turned off as well. So both of them will need charging. So at least I've got a backup one, because the first one I can't get hold of anymore. Right, where were we? Anyway, what's everybody up to? What's going on with your hobby? What the hell? What is going on? Sounded like Sardaukar throat chant. Oh, that would be actually awesome. I might try and get some of that. Brass. I do like a little bit of Sardaukar throat chanting. Because June, I have watched so many times. So so many times. I can honestly say I'm probably up to like, 20 times since it's come out. Working on a Aquila ram arm. Nice. Painting an 80 Asterius and a pair of Warbringers. Nice. The Solid God chant is my ringtone. Excellent. Badger, are you going up to Thingy next week for the AT tournament in Northampton? I know Alex is, because he's booked into the hotel that we're in, because I told you about it. Because I saw in their Discord, I think, or he mentioned something somewhere, and I thought, hold on a sec. Oh no, that was it. He was on one of his things with George, the Maximal Fire podcast, doohickey. Yeah, greetings from the war. Judge, what are you doing? Sorry, Badge. I don't think you'd be coming over here for an AT tournament, Judge. No, I'm out in Norfolk. That's not far away from Northampton. Take a left at Albuquerque. No, because I know there was a few of the Maximal Fire guys, and I thought that you might have been tagging along, doing like I don't know if Stuart and Sarah's going. I just know that Alex is. So, and obviously I told him where we were staying, and he's got the cheaper room than what he was looking at. So I helped. I'm game, but the trip is a bit daunting. It's a long way. Plus, bringing Titans across the water is, it's a concern. If you get some guys, it depends on how you pack them. You get those guys with those unloading airplanes. They're not particularly sort of like gentle. They're not. I would have gone, but I had this arranged for a while. No worries. Oh, is it business or pleasure? I am lurking now, but deaf watching the bots this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mouse. It's always lovely to have you here defending the stream from vicious sex bots. To be fair, we touch wood. We haven't had many because there was a spate where I kept on getting like comments on videos that were porn links, sort of thing. And it's like, really? We're talking about Titans, like resin crack and plastic porn, I suppose. In some respect, holiday scene film. Yeah, it's cool. Twins. Grass. But yeah, so it's all groovy. And I can't believe I hadn't done this already, but here we are doing it. Also, funny story, I now own a second unbuilt Warhound. What, a 40k one? That's the starts of a Venator Light, if I ever heard. Or even a Ferox. But yeah, so with this Titan walk, there's going to be a lot of times. I'm actually taking knights as well. Not that we play mana pools or mana pool rules, but I am taking basically a Dominus mana pool. a full Dominus maniple, and with it I'm taking a Porphyrion in support. So that's basically 6 Questorus, 4 Cerastus, and a Porphyrion on top of 2 Hounds, 2 Reavers, and the Warlord. So this will be, strangely enough, because I don't get to do as many walks as some of the other people. So I think this one will probably be my 9th Titan walk. So the first Titan walk I went to, I took knights with me, and I only had first Titan walk, yeah, and I got my Warlord 2018, end of 2018, and then obviously 2019 was my first Titan walk that I actually attended. So that I had, let's say, 4 Titans, and for the most part of all the walks I've only had 4 Titans. I've only had 5 Titans last year when I sold my my Raptors Space Marine company and my Tau battle force that I had, and there was a lot of stuff there, so I sold all that, and it allowed me to buy a Reaver Titan, pay for my car MOT work and stuff, and a few other bits and pieces. So that Drum Builder, hello. Hi sir, and chat, checking in, been some days. Yes, we've say I wasn't too sure. I did say on Wednesday night I might not be doing a long stream, or might not even be doing a stream, because I had a request from my daughter going to her first sort of proper party, sort of like after school, like, well, she's in college now, sixth form college, but you know, in the effort of her making new friends, you know, new situation, apparently she was invited to this party, and she needed somebody to sort of pick her up if she, you know, if she needed to, because I say she's never really been out for parties and stuff, because where she lives and because of the school she was at as well, a lot of her classmates didn't live local. So it's not like, because she was going to like a grammar school, so a lot of the kids that went there lived out of area, because it is a really good school, like grades wise and all that sort of stuff. But a lot of the people come from out of area, so it's not as if you can go out on a bike, ride down to theirs, because you know her best friend lives in Hornchurch, which is like 20 odd miles away, and it's not like, you know, you can just jump on a bus, because Essex isn't London. So she was going there, but it basically fell through. She didn't want to go. It was a bit too much to handle and all that, because that was the thing. She does get a little bit anxious from time to time, and if she weren't going to be in a group of people sort of supporting her in a way, then she would get sort of anxious and stuff. And then obviously I'd get a message, and I'd have to cut the stream short. But yeah, you know, she texted me yesterday and said, "No, we're not doing it now. Thinking about it, I don't think I'll be comfortable." And I said, "No, that's fine. No, it's no problem." But yeah, so it's what it is. So, no party for her. But hopefully, I said, like, you know, maybe next time, you know, with her friend, or a new friend. Going to get some 40k Ignitum transfers from Scumbag. Nice! the best Legion. Once I've got my 2 banners of knights, would I be able to? Yes, Mac. Like literally, you can. The minimum is basically a banner of knights. I'll be honest, you know, knights do get picked on because if they're up close, and if you played AT, you know that once they're up close, they are quite nasty. So I'm not going to say like picked on. Like we don't sort of want people to turn up and have a bad time. So there are sort of like rules of engagement, like for example, like where it's like alternate activations, and because of the amount of people, we'll do like we'll work out the sides and then go like, okay, so this phase you've got 7 activations. Like Moggy saw it last year, this year, sorry. Like you'll have 7 activations for loyalists and then 7 activations. So obviously you can choose whatever engines you want, activate them. But in that phase, in those 7 activations in that phase, you cannot fire the same Titan. So it's sort of, because if someone turns up with 1 Titan and they're dead in the first 20 minutes, it's not fun. So we do sort of spread it out, but I'm totally honest with people. Like, and again, as Moggy saw, there was a guy with some knights, and I literally just said to him, like, you don't want to be setting up near me because I will be shooting because I know what knights are like. I have a lot of faith and respect for knights, and they can really, you know, when facing up against like warlords as well, you know, having knights on the board is something that can be a major distraction, but you know, it has to be, and they have to be dealt with. So he had a little run, got close, and luckily for him, my dice rolling was shocking, because you know, I didn't. He did hang around for a while, and his last night did manage to badly damage one of my warhounds, which was annoying. But you know, it's a target. It's there. I'm shooting it. If I can't shoot at something else, I'm going to shoot at them. Been away from the bench for 3 weeks, looking at now where to start. My son is the same. Well, let's say now you're back, you can find something you want to work on and just get cracking on it, you know, and let that enthusiasm build up again, so you get back into the zone as such. I've called 2 banners of Malanax Knights. Asterios, yeah, there's a like Rob Walters, he takes his Asterios down as fire support. The Asterios is the only knight that in 40k scale I do not own, because I was never really a fan of it, how it was set out and built. You know, its arms were a bit draggy. You know, it just didn't feel right. Like the Porphyrion, I absolutely love the look and aesthetic of the Porphyrion. But yeah, the Asterios, not so much. I would have preferred, like, if they were going to go with that sort of stylization, with that sort of the jointed arms or whatever, because I think the double conversion beamers just do a straight over swap as like the Porphyrion, just 2 side ones. They won't have to be able to be moved. You know, it's a fire platform. It's an anti-Titan knight. It's a fire platform. It doesn't need to have arms. Apparently getting a Porphyrion in plastic. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, where everything's coming over from Forge World in plastic. Obviously we've got a Dire Wolf in plastic. Anything else? just to say, if they're going to be doing like plastic sprues of weapons, like they did with like the Reaver and all that sort of stuff, then that's fine. I'll live with that. I'll go with some of that action. I'm here for it. But yeah, it makes sense, especially with like, you know, Legions Imperialis. Yeah, so I'm all for plastic armigers is what we really need. Because I've got I know I've got 9 of the resin Mechanicus ones, and I think I've got 9 of the like Warglaive ones. But it's bonkers. Why to field like a proper full up, because everyone has to be the same in a lance. So for a lance, a proper lance of armigers, you've got to have 9 Warglaives. But because they don't come in like, oh, there's 3 bodies and you have the options to do Helverins or that. You have 2 Warglaives and a Helverin, and that's it. So you've got to buy lots, and that £35 a pop as they were. So for a basic 9 is 105 quid, but that's only 6 of the same chassis, because the Helverins aren't the same chassis. They're not claimed as the same. So you've got to have them separate. And if you wanted 9 Helverins, then you've got to buy another 6 packs. So that's going to be £315 to get a full Helverin squad, and then literally 2 squads of Warglaives, which is a bit much. But yeah, so that's not too shabby so far. I was, as I was saying earlier on, I was running a bit behind because I had customers coming into work, and there was this couple that came in, and I was talking to the husband as the wife was, or partner, was having a little walk around looking at samples and stuff like that. So I'm talking to him. Eventually, she sort of like comes back to the sort of the conversation and that. And I'll look at her, and I'm thinking, is that? And she goes, didn't I go to school with you? I went, yes, you did. It was an old class friend of mine. Like she was in my group, like of friends in my year, sort of thing. You know, the canteen posse. So yeah, so I hadn't seen her in. But I'm friends with Facebook, but you don't really sort of talk and all that. You just like literally just like, oh, friends with Facebook, and occasionally like wish them happy birthday or whatever. or like a post, but she doesn't do a lot of stuff on her posts. But the few things that she has done, I've remembered because she does makeup in television and film, and it's like, which how are you, like, what are you doing here, like, how did you get here, and all that sort of stuff. And it was just weird that they came into the store, and then obviously helping out because they're moving into a new house. So I'm doing my bit, salesperson, and advising them what they should be looking at and stuff like that. And but yeah, it's like she worked on The Crown, and her team won on a BAFTA for like best hair and makeup for The Crown. So where she used to work on the woman who played the Queen, older Queen, Coleman, funny, jokey lady, which I can't remember her first name. Not Jenna Coleman, the other Coleman. So she like all that, and she was saying, she said, "Oh, because I mentioned about TV and films and that sort of stuff, and that. So you should get in there, sort of thing. There's always like things. So you'd probably been good in the last show I worked on. Which one was that? She went Silo. I went, you worked on Silo with Rebecca Ferguson. She went, yeah. So, oh my god, I loved that show. But it's just weird, like when you meet up with people that you used to knock about with at school and chat with and all that sort of thing, and then like next minute, what have you done with your life? Oh yeah, I travel the world doing makeup in TV and movies. That's pretty cool. What have you been doing? Selling carpets and flooring. Headed home, be back in a bit. No worries, Mouse. Safe journeys. I hope you get back soon, for we will miss you, as we often do. But so it's just like, wow. And then dealing with them, working out their quote for them and stuff, and then next minute I realised, oh bloody hell, it's like 5:45. So, technically we closed 45 minutes ago. But you know how it is. You're catching up, having a chin wag, and helping them make their decisions. So that was something different for a Saturday afternoon. That's all fun. Oh, happy days. So. Just seeing like where there's little bits of grey, like on the certain parts where I've gone over with the and like done sort of texturing. You get little crevices that the wash mixes and misses. So it's getting that in. Trying something new with a base. What's the best thing for sealing sand on a base? I personally, and I have done a video on my YouTube channel for when I do my bases, especially for AT anyway. I always use put super glue down, and then my sand mix that I've made up, which is not only sand, it's like bits of grit and gravel and whatever, all sorts. So you've got lots of different textures. But I also mix in bicarbonate of soda as well. So when you apply it, that stuff just like sets like concrete. Literally, you can sand it down and stuff, because I used to do that for doing like on joins and stuff. Just where the super glue is there, just pouring in some bicarb soda sort of thing and blowing off the excess. Once I've done that, I spray the bases with, as I said, my Halford's Grey primer. So any sort of spray paint and that does the trick. And then you just dry brush and wash and job done. So that's what I always do because it works. It works for me. So that's why I can recommend it, because I've never had any problems with it. Whereas PVA, it always sort of flakes off and stuff. So that's what I recommend. I don't know if you can see just all these little textures you've got on this. Thank you very much, Antigizmo. How are you, buddy? We all good? And congratulations on your friendship with Brian. The Badger's put something into the Discord. Let's have a sneaky peek. Hey, that's a bit of a nice follow-up meme there as well, with the side pointing. 12 hellish years. Oh, I feel for you. It feels like that for me, but I think it's even like half that. I think it was like about, might have been about 2017, even 2018. When was the Scion game? Was that 2018? That's when I first met, well, you. The old Second Battle of Fallujah. Yeah, he met me, or I met him at a Forge World Open Day, and because he knew Rudgy, I knew Rudgy, and he was with Rudgy as he came through Buckman's, and me and my mate were waiting for our dinner to be served, and started talking to him, and Brian started talking about all sorts and buckets of meat. I want to say 18, but who knows? It all blends. I know it does. It's just like. It's his birthday tomorrow, just in case you've forgotten. So, but yeah, just got talking to him there and chatting and all that sort of stuff, and just sort of came friends from that. And he's like, just hung out, decided to do sort of joint projects. Met him down at Salute while he was doing, still doing his Templars Crusader YouTube and stuff. He was out there videoing and interviewing people as he was walking around and all that sort of jazz. But yeah, and then obviously got invited to participate in the Scion game, and then I've just been doing the Star Wars ones. So adding this extra bit of wash to sort of these recessed areas just gives a little bit more, so a nicer sort of like look, that having that shadow thing, not all over the place, just here and there. It just makes a difference, gives it a lot more sort of definition. No, he was on his own, because I didn't meet Kev until I met you at Scion. I'd heard stories of Kev, but you know, I met him, met you, Toby, Carl, Dust Monkey, who was a noob there as well. There was someone else. Oh, helicopter pilot dude. Him. I can't remember his name. I've friends on Facebook, but you know, I haven't spoken to him since. So yeah. So I hardly speak to Tobe, to be honest. Spoke to him a couple of times after, but it was mostly like when he was doing his house stuff. Cal, not Carl, Cal. Gavin, that's it, yeah. Gavin the pilot, who basically literally done not a lot after dropping us into battle. it's like it's when we used to do like play games like Shadowrun. Like the guy who was running this campaign for Shadowrun, he literally said, "Whatever class, you could be whatever class you want, just don't be a decker." And we were like, "But why? Deckers sound cool." Yeah, don't be a decker, because basically your character just literally just sits in a room, it's like, and doesn't do anything. So you go, "Oh, okay." And in Shadowrun, I used to play riggers because I liked the idea of I can control things with my brain, and drones and cars and stuff. So I was right into doing rigger work. So yeah, I love Shadowrun. Shadowrun was a great game, just for all the bits you could do in it and like customization stuff. When they've done like the weapons companion book that came out, so you can build weapons and stuff, and biotech and cybertech and all that shenanigans. Are you working tonight, Gizmo? You're monitoring the world. I was as everyone's seen those Joy toys that they've got coming out. There was a bloody Nemesis Dread Knight Joy toy, and you're like, what the fuck? That thing's going to be standing like as tall as Iracundus's legs, if not bigger. So that, well, probably actually, yeah, because I'd say it's bigger actually. Those Joy toy ones are freaking massive. Got an extra dog home for the night. Fair dues. Oh, you had the lion and Azure. To be fair, I was tempted by the lion. I thought, ooh. But, you know, I'm not. You know, I like that version of the lion from like the forest, the son of the forest, is actually a really cool character. You know, like Heresy Lion was a bit of a dick. But if you've listened or read Son of the Forest, was it Mike Brooks who done that one? I have to check on that. But that was a really cool and interesting, like, you know, mature take. Obviously, he's been asleep, he's aged, and he's found a maturity about himself. He's not so dickish. So that was actually pretty cool. Again, with some of the Joyce toys, like the Mechanicum ones, or Mechanicus ones, like the Skitari, or even like the Castellan robot. Now that, I do twitch looking at that, and I think, do I? And it's just like I've got nowhere to put it. Literally, all my space is taken up with Titans and Titans and more Titans. Even my my birthday present, which was my the new version of a particular Lego spaceship set. I still haven't built it because I've got nowhere to put it at the moment. So it's still in its box. I'm not saving it for prosperity. I want to build that fucking thing because I want to run around the front room going whoosh and zoom and pew 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 pew. That's the thing. Is like, if you've got a Titans Owners Club going around doing AT with 40k scale, then always said like with the Joy toys like those the Reavers when you got 4 Reavers set that they brought out, you just think, well, that's practically a kill team. You could play kill team with the bigger Joy toy stuff, but then you obviously just need bigger scenery. Right, I'm just going to nip inside because I'm out of drink. So I'll be about 20 seconds. So bear with, and I'll be right back as soon as humanly possibly. So hold the fort, please. Return. Safe from my travels. Right. No, get off. And no. Where are we? No. Where we are. That's where we are. Excellent. Right, so we'll just put that to one side for a moment. So I just grabbed a few bits and pieces. The next Joy Toy purchase will be a better. Yeah, well, he's gonna look fucking awesome as well, isn't he? They've done such a great job with what they've done with those guys. Alright, now right. Now, need to just check on how many kills he's got. Because I like to keep track of what I've killed. So, 13 kills. There. Do. I'm trying to decide on what to use. So basically, he's killed 11 Titans and 2 Night Banners. So just trying to figure out, because I can do a little Titan T. So I'm going to do a little bit of cutting out of things. But it's just night households with, like, you know, like a little miniature eagle or something, really, I thought would be quite appropriate on the night. That little sword symbol, maybe. No inspiration there, so right, folks, at least start the tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the stream. No worries, Matt. Thanks for hanging out and popping in and telling us of your exploits with Joy Tie. Have a good one, mate. There's a couple more down there. That's one sec. Might be an option. Might be an option. I'm literally taking out the small Titanicus T at the centre of these, because I would want it smaller. I don't want it big. Four. So 2 night banners are going to get this Eye of Horus on it. Because they're traitors! Last 3. Hey there, Jaja. It's a muy muy. What are those? These I just spent a couple of minutes cutting down off of the AT Reaver decal sheets. So it's basically, I've just cut the T's out of, well, I'll show it on the black one, it'll be easier to see. I've just cut the Titanicus T's out of these just for kill markings. So, because this dude has killed 13, he's got 13 engine kills. Now with, sorry, I'll slap a drink. Sorry. So with the what we do with AT, well, Titan walks. So you only get an engine kill on nights if you kill the entire banner. So not for individual nights, but an entire banner's worth. So that way, because like, you know, getting one engine kill for one night, and nights are a lot easier to kill in comparison to Titans, didn't seem a bit fair. And, you know, so we came up with that idea, which it works at the end of the day. You know, you put the work into killing knights, you get an engine kill. You know, sometimes you're lucky, sometimes not so lucky, but that's what you're aiming for at the end of the day. Oh, come on. Come on. That's it. Currently putting together my Lumineth, waiting for the white filters from ammo to finish my Warbringer. It's a good idea, might make it. I love that you can update them too. So add to them, because I recall all my engine kills, and funnily enough, this dude is responsible for the second most kills out of my Titans. The current sort of ace Titan I have is the Warhound Tacit Venatrix, who on its own She has almost killed half of all my Titan kills. Tacit Venatrix, which is Latin, obviously, for Silent Huntress. And she has lived up to that name quite admirably. So annoyed I moved my AT stuff into the new cabinet, and now I have to fix a lot of bits that decided not to stay glued. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. I try to keep track of my epic moments for my 30k stuff at least, so it like helps me come up with names, making markings, damage, and that's deemful. No, that's part of the fun of, especially like with Heresy, because it's that little bit more, I'll say thematic as such, but it's definitely more story-esque. No. Ooh, get back. We've got a live one. And so he's like doing those little stories, you know, the gaming side of things is fun, but it's those little moments that you have in those sort of games that just make them that all the more awesome. Of course she was going to do that. Of course she was. Yeah, I know. I like how it grows instead of becoming into a full-blown army backstory. Maybe a little of that, but the rest of is all my army's adventures. I did finally get a hotel room. Oh, excellent! So hoping that once again try get a soaker, if nothing else, knocks on wood, goes wrong. Well, fingers crossed. They're a mahusive kit to say the least. Alright, so what I opted for the knights, so they're your titans. Knights, I'm going with the Horus symbol, Horus eye, but I might put them up here to keep them separate, sort of thing, because I don't, god damn it, don't do this to me. I don't know, actually, might. I don't know how it sort of works. Oh, damn it. Damn it, Janet. So, do we keep them with the Titan kills, or do I scoot them up and put them up there, separate? What do you think? As you slurp some more drink. What are we feeling? Because yeah, I've done it. So yeah, we keep like knights separate, like that. Will that work? What do you think? On one side. Please stay. a little bit too wonky. Stop playing with it, Lee. Leave it alone, Lee. Stop touching it, Lee. I thought I made you. Big Imperial Fist symbol on there. Actually, I'm seriously considering it as well. I'll leave that to one side. Another look-see in the decal side of things. Imperial Knight. But the white would have been better. That's the problem with those Imperial Knight decals. They're split to fit. Some Necron ones on there. I'll do. Necron decals for the win. Big old raptors there. I'm gonna see what he looks like, because it's not as if I haven't got lots of those particular decals anyway. Got a few of them here, there, and everywhere. See how that goes. Mhm. Mhm. Got beer and back. Yay! Mouse heroically retrieved beer from the fridge, and all is right in the world. Hmm. Now that I've done it, not too sure. Yeah, sorry. 50s, they're coming off. Now, that is better. That I could live with. This needs to be adjusted. I can't help it. I just can't help touching it. It's right there, mouse. It's right there. I can't resist. It's a little bit wonky donkey. That's better. That I am happy with. Stop touching. Stop touching it. I'm sorry, mouse. Leave it alone. Step away from the decals. Oh, you bastard. See, that's you warned me. I didn't listen. Stop touching it. I can't help it. It's right there. It's so there. I just want to touch it. Just one hand. let them ferment for a bit. I'm sorry. I'm so dangerous. So dangerous. You just think, I just put a little bit of pressure on it just to make sure it's sticking, and then it's come away. Damn you and your stickiness. Or non-stickiness. Now this one I'm going to press it. Oh, fuck, I smashed it. Will you just fucking leave it alone? And see, like, with the Emperor's Eagle, the Aquila Eagle, that is totally acceptable, because in Old Fluff, the Emperor blessed 80 engines of the Legio Ignatium before the Great Crusade. So that's why I've always said about, because originally they, like the Forge World first like Warhound that they did was in Ignatium colours, and it had gold, brassy gold trim. So when they brought out, because I heard about it beforehand, and then when I heard about it, I looked at the AT artwork and realised that yes, they had black trim. Because before that, the first person in AT was one of the like studio guys. I think he worked for White Dwarf, and he painted his trim silver. And because it was on a display in a Forge World Open Day, everyone thought, well, it must be an official paint job. No, it's some dude that worked for Games Workshop is painted his, and they put it on display, which was cool. But people started thinking, oh, they're silver. And so there was like, because I run the Ignatium group on Facebook, like people were saying, oh, it's silver, and it was black, it goes to gold, is it black, sort of thing. And I just sort of came up with a bit of fluff to sort of say, like, okay, so when Ignatium engines are like off the production lines, they're silver. The ones got blessed by the Emperor, so the ones that were around before the heresy and the Great Crusade and got blessed, they painted their trim gold because Emperor's colour is gold. And then with the black, I thought it would be pretty cool that the ones that had black trim had taken upon themselves as an oath of vengeance against the traitors, that they'd paint their trim black to represent that, yeah, we're going to hunt you down. And once, because they sort of took, not to say part of the blame, but, because the Titan Legios, the honour and all that, and they lumped themselves into it and sort of felt, not responsible, but they felt the pain of the oaths being broken, and so they made this like vengeance oath, and so they painted their trim black, and people in the group seemed quite happy with that. The old epic Warhounds had silver trim. Yeah, they changed it again. The old Mortis colour was red with red trim, and then no, we're not doing that. We're doing this new. And Mortis, to be fair, I love the Mortis colour scheme, but I can't bring myself to paint it, or paint a Legio for them, because I'm a fire wasp. So yeah, fuck them guys. But when I go to time walks like Simon Winter, Matt Wingrove with their dudes. Didn't know us. Join us. Join us what? Join us with what? What? That I'm ignorant. I never knew he was ignorant. But yeah, it's you know, that sort of it helped with a lot of people because yeah, there's loads of people that you know has to be the fluff and all that. Why are you doing this? In fact, Pete Mortis. No, fuck Mortis. Like when watch GW painting tutorials, they're not to be considered as canon. So being taught how to paint, paint your plague bearers or paint your hamster warriors, Space Marine chapter, and how they show it, that's how they're painting it, but that's not technically an official scheme as such. You know, like Duncan Rhodes was not canon, sort of thing. Because when I was talking about House Tyrannus with certain people who work for Games Workshop and all that sort of stuff, and I said, yeah, it's just a painting tutorial, how to give you ideas how to paint. It's not an official. It's not canon. All right, okay. So yeah, paint them how the fuck you like. But yeah, fuck noise. Screw them guys. No touching. Oh, to the base a bit. Yes. Got a blue Tyrannus. Let's say blue Tyrannus is cool. I still hold sway that because of the Tyrannus owners group, owners club, because there was an ongoing thing on like Warhammer TV with Andy Hoare and me and Ben Greaves, where like House Tyrannus got mentioned, sort of thing, and he knew I was watching, and it like mentioned, oh yeah, my friend Lee, he collects the Tyrannus. He's like part of the Tyrannus Owners Club, and you know, he collects all two of House Tyrannus. Because I was in the book, he only mentioned that there was two survivors on Mars, and I was of the I was just like, no, there's got to be more. It's the first night house. They're not just going to have, you know, 27 knights that were present at Magma City, and that was the only knights that turned up to the Battle of Magma City were the knights that had power. There was knights back at the house that at their fortress temple that didn't have power, so they couldn't walk, so they couldn't fight. And the only two that we know of was Rev Maven and Leopold Cronus, the last two that were walking around outside and then went and hid and stuff. And Andy pulled me up at it was the last Horus Heresy Weekender, and he was saying, "Okay, right, explain to me House Tyrannus, and you know, what's your sort of thing with knights and stuff like that? You know, how? Because there's only two of them." And I basically just went on and said, like, you know, first house, they're not, you know, when you've got 4 to a book saying, oh yeah, this house has got 500 knight suits, so Tyrannus haven't. You know, they've been around. They were the first night house, or they weren't the first night house. That they are the main night house of Mars. Then you've got obviously Morbidia, who fell out of favour, got told off, and ended up as indentured, and then Sephoria, which you don't really know that much about, but you know they were friends with Tyrannus, and Tyrannus was considered to be separate amongst all the military arms on Mars because they were the first Mechanicum unit, or whatever, to meet the Emperor, the Omnissiah, and he bestowed upon them a great honour and all that sort of stuff. So they were held above and respected by all the Titan legios and military orders, sort of thing, because they could back it up. So I'm saying, like, no, there's got to be knights sent out on crusades because you know they are the representation of Mechanicum in a lot of respects, I think. So you've got that option. That there are other like knights gone out, banners, lances have gone out amongst the fleets, and then they've got to work their way back and all that sort of stuff. I said, you know, the thing you got to remember is that in canon, there is a canon that House Tyrannus was awarded the Full Moon of Phobos in respect and acknowledgement of all they did in retaking Mars. How are they going to retake Mars with 2 night suits? There has to be more. And then I said, like, what you could have done is that because they're also a symbol, and this is a war of symbolism and stuff. So, Fabricator in exile, Zagreus Kane, he needs to sort of, you know, get himself, you know, he's got all his followers out on Terran, right? But going back to take Mars, he needs something, and Tyrannus is a symbol of legitimacy. House Tyrannus, recognised by, you know, before the fall, you know, as being, you know, a major cog in the wheel. So couldn't they do what they did with House Viridian and Master of Mankind and basically said, like, we need pilots. We can provide you with night suits, and then you, like, all you free blades and all you people dehoused, you know, join and become Tyrannus and fight to get Mars back. Do that, you know. So that's been shown in the books that is possible because House Viridian got a lot of suits and donated to them, and then they went into the webway, did their bit. Some of them came out, so they've got no homeworld. Their home was destroyed by the Emperor's children because you left us a lot. Fuck you guys, die. So okay, you guys, you've got nowhere to go. You've redeemed yourself a little bit for what you did in the webway. You now become Mechanicum household, and you join and become the new House Tyrannus. And then obviously when they got round to doing Riser, House Tyrannus is in there. There's knights coming back from, you know, fighting their way back across the galaxy to get back to Mars to, you know, sort out home and stuff like that. And they're basically, you know, you got the blue, and you got some of them are painting their night suits red in recognition of all the help they've received from Forge Worlds and the Mechanicum. So that's where the transition from blue to red for them. But it also, there was, like, in the book, they said, like, there's a little bit of animosity between the blues and the reds, which again comes down to sort of maybe like the Tyrannus Owners Club, because there's not animosity, it's like, you know, banter between those who have silver pads and those who have white pads, because it's like Dave Lister and his dream of having a hot dog stall on Fiji, and how the cat race basically went its separate ways because there was like catastrophic wars between the red hats and the blue hats because Dave Lister had said he wanted to have these hats and they couldn't decide on the colour, and so the red hat followers versus blue hats. And when he hears this, he goes, "The hats are going to be green." But you know, it was reading that was actually pretty cool, and I thought, well, I wonder, because let's say, like, he knew about that sort of rivalry because I'm always talking about it with like Ben and stuff like that. And a lot of people used to mention it just to wind me up. Not that I was bothered, because I always relied on the fact that in heraldry, white represents silver. So it's like, yeah, it's the same thing. So again, to deal with peace, I basically said, like, okay, if the knights are back home on, you know, or official duties, sort of like ceremonial, they have their pads as silver, and if they're going on quests, joining explorative fleets or whatever, they put them as white. So, oh, that sounds cool. It's just giving them something to grab hold of. But it's kept the peace. I don't get so many like things being tagged into posts about bloody pad colour. So I took a problem, I worked it, and that's what I came out with. So, and peace was enjoyed by all. I found my notebook about heraldry from when I was a kid, because, you know, no computers, etc., etc. I found a book out of the library and took notes, including pictures. Freaking love. That's cool. I used to, like, you know, strangely enough, like as a teenager, I was sort of like, I was influenced by films such as like Platoon and the Vietnam War sort of thing. And there was like, I used to read up books like in the library that was like talking about the Vietnam War. Just look at pictures basically, and, you know, all that sort of jazz. And there was they actually brought out like a monthly collector's thing about the Vietnam War, and it was the first thing I ever subscribed to, sort of thing. Like, it was like £1.50 sort of thing a month, and like you got 2 stories about historic battles like Da Nang and the Iron Triangle and stuff like that. Only probably got about a dozen copies before it all disappeared. But it was because of watching like films like Hamburger Hill, Full Metal Jacket, Platoon, Platoon Leader with Michael Dudikoff. That sort of inspired me to sort of like learn more about it. Deer Hunter, even. Yeah, I remember watching a Deer Hunter when it was like first available on video, which is weird. I didn't really take in the whole bit living in Pennsylvania. It was more like I remember it, but I don't remember it, sort of thing. And then it was like the whole thing of like, you know, Christopher Walken and De Niro out in Vietnam, and, you know, being held prisoner and all that sort of jazz. And there was like loads of B movies as well when the whole Vietnam sort of phase of movie making was on and going. But yeah, I sort of just fell into it and, you know, read up on all those sort of bits and pieces. So a lot of Ivanhoe, Black Rose for me, you know, King Arthur, yeah. And again, like, I always liked knights as well. So Excalibur, you know, I remember seeing that like on, I think it was like on Channel 4 over here, because we only had 4 channels. Well, we had 3 originally, then we got 4. Channel 4 in like the early mid-80s, and they showed like very sort of you know, like arty type stuff as well. So as a young teenage boy, Channel 4 was the place to go for boobies, because you'd get those films that had a little bit of like salaciousness and stuff, but also culture. You know, I remember watching like something like sort of ballet things, production thing. It weren't like Swan Lake or anything. It was like contemporary telling stories, dancing, and actually just watching it and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. These people can do cool stuff with their dancing. But, you know, you'd see a lot of like, you know, out there sort of programming. And then when Channel 5 came out, Channel 5 just basically, you'd watch Channel 5 because there was a lot more sort of like, you know, nudity on their most of their shows, because I think they kind of knew that if you had that nudie stuff, people would tune in for the nudie stuff. So that's how they got there. They've gone different direction now, but, you know, It's like what happened with Game of Thrones. You had a lot more sort of nakedness in the first couple of seasons because people go, oh, it's all about bloody murders, decapitations, and nudity, and people would watch it. And then if you watch through the entire seasons, I know 8 is always a painful thing, but if you watch them through, nudity got less and less and less throughout things. There was like a lot less compared to the earlier seasons, because again, it's sex sells, and they put more of it out there. And once they're established, they sort of start dropping it off. We had 3 too, and then I think we got 4 later with PBS, which showed a lot of Brit shows actually. And this is the one show I wish I could find about WW2. All right, cool. And again, like there was loads of stuff. I remember there was like I've not actually watched them because I just couldn't be bothered. Not after waiting for the books as well as the Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time. I actually watched the final episode yesterday. Now, myself and Crystal McDowell are huge fans. It's one of the things that, while we're friends, we both love Wheel of Time, and we've like chatted about it, sort of thing. And we were so excited for the TV series, and because it's the Wheel of Time, but in a different kind of universe. In something, so certain characters, like, and again, I'm watching this one, I'm going, hold on a sec, what's Avienda doing in the crow cage? That was Ghoul, who was found in the crow cage, and Perrin rescued him, and they became buddies, sort of thing. But Avienda was in the crow cage, and so it's like, okay, so well, they're getting Avienda in, fine. You got Elaine in now. It's great. Min has been in a little, but it's the whole sort of changing things here, there, and everywhere. Like not Major Domo. Bale Drummond, Captain Drummond, or Drummond, or whatever his name is. He's been in a couple of episodes, and Bell Doman, I don't know. But like, he's been given a task which was given to somebody else. It was a former Sonshen noble that Bale had been captured by once he returned to Ilion, or after Ilion. He was sailing around, got caught and captured, and basically fell in with her. And she was like, she helped Dermond. Yeah, that's it. And she had her name changed when the Daughter of the Nine Moons turns up. She gives her a different name that she used to be known as. Or something. But yeah, that was her. But Bale got a job given to him by somebody else who didn't give him the job. Or the task, as far as I remember. But it's little things, like other characters have been replaced with, I say, like Avienda taking over Ghoul's entrance. And then also, like the last 2 episodes, Avienda and Chiad and Bane and Chiad, yeah. They've like met up. I've got toe and all that sort of stuff. And then they're going with Perrin to Falmer. They never went that far. They never went that west. And it was obviously, and I was like, I'm just trying to remember, like when because Avienda, I love Avienda in the books. I think she's freaking awesome, and a lot of the Aiel are freaking awesome. But we're, you know, as a show, like if you're not a fan of Wheel of Time, it's pretty good. It's good. It's enjoyable, and I can accept these sort of things. But when I see it, I go, "Hold on a sec," and you know, it kind of makes you feel a little bit sad that someone like HBO didn't like get somebody in and give them the support, or even like, you know, Amazon, instead of putting all their sort of stuff into Lord of the Rings, which again, I enjoyed Lord of the Rings. It weren't necessarily the greatest. Like the same respect, like Wheel of Time is actually, I've enjoyed Wheel of Time more than I enjoyed Lord of the Rings TV series, and they spent a lot more money on Lord of the Rings to make it like, ooh, but it just didn't. You know, I like the characters, and Galadriel in that is absolutely badass, awesome. You know, absolutely love. Like I say, she was my favourite out of all the characters in that particular show. But in like Wheel of Time, they've cast it well. You know, all like the Emmonsfield Five are pretty cool. I don't feel that they like, again, I was talking to Crystal, and we both don't feel that they're probably going to go with the love triangle part of, you know, Rand with Elaine, Min, and Avienda. Although yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Galadriel was wonderful. As I said, she had the right sort of like etherealness, but also that grit, which you don't see in the later films. But then she doesn't get involved. She's there and she's inspiring, and that was her thing. You know, later on, she's using her natural like elven talents to actually inspire people to get the jobs done that need doing. Whereas back then, it's like elves are more involved. Well, I'm just like, love Wheel of Time. First couple of times I read it, but waiting so damn long for the rest of the books. Jordan passed away before he could finish. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson, who took over, to be fair, he did do a pretty decent job with, because he had time, because Robert Jordan knew he was dying, he was cancer and all that sort of stuff, and because I remember seeing like an interview, and he'd like mentioned somewhere that Wheel of Time was one of his favourite sort of things, and Robert Jordan's wife contacted him and said, like, because when they found out, so like, you know, he might not be able to do them, so getting him to sort of like help and like finish it sort of thing, so they had chance to meet, chat, share notes and stuff like that, and he did write it really well, because I think he had a bit of success already on his own, so you know, he'd got a bit of nous about him, and then he did the last 3 books of the Wheel of Time, and as I said, it felt, there was slight differences every now and again, but it felt like Robert Jordan in a lot of respects. The only problems, and I don't think it was Robert Jordan, I don't think it was Brendan Sanderson. You can't blame him, sort of thing, because he's taking over to finish this series, which was, you know, as a pretty decent thing to do anyway. But there were certain characters, and I think it also, and it did start with Robert Jordan, because Robert Jordan hadn't given, it was a Gawain, a whole Gawain arc. It just didn't work. Just did not work. You know, because you're always like, why did, like, when the White Tower split, why did you stay with the false Armelin? because he hoped that Egwene was going to return to the White Tower. Okay. So when you met with Egwene down in, was it? It wasn't Canaan, was it? It was the other place where Thingy comes from. Oh my God, Domodred. I can't remember her name. Oh Jesus! You know, the one who goes around with Lan. You know, the Aes Sedai, main type character. I can't remember her bloody name. I remember her surname. Carrion, that was it. Yeah, it was when he got, you know, captured by the Red Arjar and all that sort of stuff. But Gawain met Egwene, and then he went off. Why would you do that? You stayed at the White Tower. I know he's like, oh, he's the son of the Lion Throne, all that sort of thing. But you stayed for Egwene. You find Egwene. Shouldn't you then stay with Egwene? You think, no, I've got other things to do. I've got to do this. I've got to stay with her. His sister weren't even up there. And that was the whole, why? Why would you do that? And then he stays up there for donkeys and fighting all the other, like the good guys before, you know, everything else. It's just frustrating. Hey, Archer's Empire. Yes, it's been doing decals on a volcano cannon. So it kills that thing and this thing I've whacked on. And we've been painting the base on that dude. So Iracundus has got his base painted. And we were just talking about the Wheel of Time. I honestly don't think he had a real ending for his series. I mean, I followed it since it started. Yeah, I think Sanderson did finish it off, and there were like, as I said, it was just little bits where they weren't really attended to, like Gawain, what happens with him, and all that. It's just like, as I said, the last 5 minutes talking about him, his reasons for staying where he stayed, and then when he finds he only stayed there for Egwene, and when he meets Egwene, he stays, and he's like, "What are you doing, you twat?" You know. Yes, dickhead. I have like 3 to 4 books to finish. Yeah, well, I say that's like I've listened, because I obviously audiobooks, so I've listened through, like, after discovering them, because I didn't know about them at all. My friend told me about the Wheel of Time, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a go, you know, keep me occupied. And I fell into it, and I fell in love with it, and went from there. And listened to them all, and I've listened to, like, literally listened to the entire series, and then I listened to them again straight after again. And there's a lot of, you know, some of them are like 20 odd hours long, the audiobooks. And when you've got like 15 books or whatever it was, that's a lot of listening. That's a lot of driving and listening and stuff like that. But I think on my 3rd time, I did. I do, and if I go for it again, I will probably do it again. Is the Perrin story arc. It's about 3 books worth of Perrin out in the west, fighting the Shido, and all the stuff. And the Perrin chapters are just. And Perrin was my favourite character when I started. I thought I absolutely loved Perrin, and so he is a good character, but the whole Thail, Perrin, and Thail captured arc, because he's just a moody fuck. He just bores me. That and the other bits and pieces going on with the saucy temptress who's trying to get her fingers into his shaggy hair. Yeah, I just skip those chapters when it comes onto a Perrin chapter in those couple of books where that whole thing's going on. I just skip it. Yeah, Perrin chapters can drag. Ditto, I love this character, but that dragged. Perrin Golden Eyes. I don't know. I just guess it got old. Yeah, it was just like such a moody fuck sort of thing. Like, as I said, the three boys started off. I liked Rand. I really liked Perrin. Matt, I thought was a douche. But after Matt gets rid of the dagger side of things, and from when Rand finds him and he's like hanging after the door thing at Rudion, and he starts wearing the scarf, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm a chancer. I always lucky and all that sort of stuff." And then it's the whole from the Battle of Carrion where the Shido attack because I can't remember his name. Who's said to be the Karakan. Rand's got the tattoos from going through the Rudion, and he's got the things, but obviously it's the tattoos that they have of the serpents wrapping around his arms, and then that dude from the Shido, one of the Fallen gives him the tattoos, and he goes, "Oh no, I'm it," and that whole bit, and then Matt fights him. You don't see it. It's sort of is off camera, so to speak. But Matt and all these people just start following him because he seems to know what he's doing, and they'll follow him. And then next minute he's got the red the red hand, wasn't it? The Matt's like mercenary company sort of thing. I swear it was like he just didn't know who his damn main character was. Well, again, it's like having a few good characters. So, like, obviously, you got the girls like Egwene, and damn it, I only watched it yesterday. The wisdom, that one. Min, I absolutely love Min, as I said earlier on. But Avienda, I really loved as a character. Egwene was cool. I really got tired of Rand whining. Yeah, but the thing I liked about Rand, because I listened to at the end of the audiobook, they had an interview with Robert Jordan, and he was like saying about a story about it's always like the hero's journey, but what if the person doesn't really want to do it, and he's reluctantly going because all these things are happening and all that sort of stuff. But Rand was a moany little bitch, but when you're thinking about the situation he's in, oh yeah, you are the Dragon Reborn. I don't want to be the Dragon Reborn. That's not good. I'm going to go fucking mad. And that whole sort of aspect of it, when I read back and sort of thought about that, I thought, yeah, I'd be a little bit of a bitch at times. You're thinking like, I've got to stop Timegeddon, Timeongeddon or whatever it is. Instead of me, I ain't got no fucking clue. I'm just I'm a shepherd. I'm a shepherd from like the Two Rivers. But with his journey, it's the things changed with Rand for me was when he went to the dragon's dagger. So it's when he was wandering again, and he ends up with the Dragon's Dagger, and he sort of confronts Luce Ferron, like, and basically said, like, I'm gonna do this. You've had your time. I am here. I'm in charge, and he basically regained himself a little bit. Nynaeve, yes, Nynaeve is a fucking brilliant character as well. But yeah, it's that part where he sort of goes away, sorts himself out, and when he comes back, he's like, I know, and that's the thing, he knows what he's got to do, and then you find out like what the questions he asked earlier on, sort of thing, and it does kind of tie in. Obviously, it might have been better if Robert Jordan hadn't died. It probably would have been better if he hadn't died. But Brandon Sanderson did do a good job to get it finished. But as I said, there was just Gawain. Why? Yeah, Matt came back strong, and I really liked him after Hank. Yeah, he sort of like, he still had the thing I liked about Matt. He had that cheeky glint in his eye, and he's like, you know, he's a gambler sort of thing, but he didn't play on it. He just did it sort of thing, and he like, you know, had a laugh, and then the whole thing like the love affair with him and Toy. No, well, he was Toy, wasn't he? Him and Tuon. That sort of thing, like accidental kind of stuff, kind of like, it was all right. It was better than the whole, as I said, Fael and Perrin bit. And I didn't mind Fael. Fael was an interesting, feisty hunter for the horn. You know, oh, my parents are like, you know, lords of up north in the borderlands. But yeah, it's what's his name? One of the great captains. And it's annoying because he was one of my little favourite little characters. It was the Little Wolf, I think he was known, and he was like a great captain of like a small. It was like a small like region, but they punched above their weight, and he was like doing guerrilla warfare against the Shan Chen and whoever. Can't remember his name, but he was a really cool captain, great captain. Matt's kind of a stereotypical rogue character, I guess, is what I like him. Yeah, no, he started off a douchebag, but he became one of my favourite characters. Once he started, you know, doing his full-on Odin, you know, with his staff, the ravens, and the raven spear and the hat, and, you know, that little jaunty swagger he had. He really grew. Sorry, I'm terrible. Avienda, I didn't like at first, but she definitely grew on me. Yeah. Again, she's a lot more stiffer, but then you take into account that she's from a different culture, the whole Aiel sort of stuff. Then you grow some damn balls and you go off somewhere else and say, fuck them all. Yeah, sadly he passed. Imagine he would have been writing now. There was so many characters. There's over 4,000 named characters in the entire series of Wheel of Time. It's like something like 4,300 and something named characters. And the thing is, it's like, you can definitely see, like, he took inspiration from like Frank Herbert, Dune, and Lord of the Rings in some respects, which most people do. You know, like a little bit here, a little bit there. But it was reading that, and I'm going, hold on a sec. You know, like certain terms that he puts in there, and then finding out that he was friends with George R.R. Martin. So he started writing his book series, and then George started doing his, and he used to like have conversations with things about all that stuff. But then, like, you see stuff like White Cloaks, isn't there? Deus Damar, you know, the Game of Houses. Game of Thrones. We're going slightly bigger than city-states. We're going countries. Not so much. Well, there was dragons. Dragon Reborn. There was Dragons Reborn in Game of Thrones. But it was like, you know, Aiel are basically Fremen. It's basically what they are, you know. But it didn't stop me from enjoying the books and the stories that I read that he wrote. So, and it was thoroughly entertainment. Like, Lan Mandragoran is such a great character as well. But he did do like certain things really well, like the whole thing about how Rand was related to so many people, and he was actually, you know, royalty as well, of noble birth. Well, technically of noble birth from his mother's side, and from his Aiel side as well. Technically, you know, for you know, his father Jundrin, and his mum Tigran. Oh yeah. Thingy Wells, the Battle of Demise Wells. Yeah, that was mental, you know, and that whole thing about him like breaking out of being not gentle, the other thing, being oh bollocks. Somehow I'm not surprised by that number. Oh my god, 4,000. What the fuck? Well, he has a history writer and researcher in real life, if I remember correctly. Either way, he was into it, and he was into world building. I would always worry because I couldn't remember the characters and thought I'd missed something. Rand trapped in the box, yeah. It's still very unique. I mean, it's like GW stuff. There's a lot of world and stuff borrowed from mythology. Yeah, exactly. Faith scene. Oh, I hated that. I liked the whole, you know, I absolutely hated Rand, like what they were doing to Rand, like, you know, beating him and like, you know, letting him out for like half an hour whilst being in a box all day in a cramped, unconfined thing. You know, that wasn't nice. I think it was more the case that obviously once he got out and was able to do stuff, but it wasn't all about him. It was obviously everyone else coming to rescue him. One of my favourite characters is Varen, and like again, she's as shady as fuck at the start, and then you find out obviously what's going on with her and all that stuff, and later on, and how her story like ends. It's just fucking masterful. Varen was just such a badass character in her own way. No, she's the brown. Varen was the brown, the little dumpy one. Because she turns up. She's the one who basically just through, you know, reading and stuff that knew that the dragon had been reborn. She's the brown sister who basically was helping Rand, like, even though she was, you know, a dark friend, sort of thing. Varen is just wonderful, sort of thing. You know, it's like, you know, and I said she was doing it for the right reasons. She wasn't a dark friend because you know, she'd done some dark shit in her time, but for the reasons why, it's brilliant, you know. and she more than made up for it in my eyes, and she was totally pro Rand throughout that series, like, you know, helping him like with the way gates things or the portals that they went through as well, you know, helping him with that as well as you know, protecting him and trying to help him. And then later on, when you had Cadswain was fucking brutal, and like the living legend that was Cadswain turning up. I forgot the whole terminology, but yeah, she's the one. She stood out from the others definitely because she was basically just doing her own thing. Yeah, she was, but she was working towards the whole doodah. Yeah, as I say, you know, I think one of the other ones was didn't really like Alana. You remember the Green who bonded Rand against his will? Her, and again, like I what she that because obviously that is like, you know, not a nice thing to do, as they say in the thing. Like, you know, bonding against somebody's will is like, you know, tantamount to like rape sort of thing, and that happened to Rand from Alana. And then she was like suffering all the through, like, you know, at the end of the day, she's fucking like bonded the Dragon Reborn. What do you expect? You know, and she just wanted to help him. Eventually, like, she's like, you know, she done it for the White Tower, so they had some control, but you can't control the Dragon Reborn. But then what happened in the later books with her, it was like, sort of thing. But the Usherman, then turning up, like Logain. I think Logain, very much regretting her decision, I think, at that point. Yes, definitely. Logain Abla, who was the Force Dragon before Rand, that we see captured and all that sort of stuff. He, I say, up until the final battle, he was actually a really cool character. Like in the final battle, he did go a little bit pear shaped again. Whether or not because it was Brandon Sanderson taking over and writing him differently, but it's things like when Min looked at him, even though he was gentled, and she said, "I see a crown above his head." So it's like, you know, he's gonna do something and be like legendary and heroic and all that sort of stuff. And he wasn't really as heroic as I kind of hoped he would be, because after the whole Usherman arc with the Mahale and what was going on in the Black Tower, and how he had that group of like loyal Ushermen and he was like training other people and stuff like that. That was quite a good redeeming sort of story arc for him, and then obviously him and the Red Sisters that were sent out there to take them out and take out the Usherman or whatever, and obviously again the reverse bonding Usherman to Aes Sedai, but how they sort of actually worked well together. And it was like the Reds, who never had warders, have now taken Usherman and as warders and vice versa. And so it just seems right for the Reds to actually, like, yeah, we've got the most dangerous men as our sort of our colleagues and battle brothers and all that sort of stuff. This is a fun little book club. We can all nerd together. Yeah. But yeah, there's again with over 4,000 characters. There's loads of people in there. That like Ruark, the head of um, the Tardat Aiel. Asherman and Aes Sedai, it was like they balanced each other, I think, which was probably the point, I guess. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and I think it was nice, like, because obviously you had the Greens who like would have multiple warders, sort of thing, and then everyone else would like maybe have one. Some would have none, but obviously they would have none at all. So they, oh, we don't need men. But then they start, hey, these guys are a bit tasty, and it makes us a little bit more special that the Reds are bonded with Ushermen, sort of thing, and it worked, And I liked how they were going around working together as units and amplifying their power to fight the foe of like the Fallen and their sort of like badassery and shit. Who was what's his name? The older brother, but who was actually older brother to Rand as well, wasn't he? Because he was the firstborn of Tigraine. To gain that whole like thing. And he was like the beautiful dude and is graceful as fuck with a sword. Not Gawain. Not Galadriel, but he was something like that. Galahad type thing. Galan. Or Galad. Yeah, him. He had I loved his arc from where he went to the White Tower. Michael, no, Gallard, the one that Elaine weren't too keen on because he kept him because he was a good boy. He did what was he always did what was right, and I can relate to that. Um, and that's how we ended up joining the White Cloaks, and getting high up in the White Cloaks, getting some revenge. Not that he was after revenge, but he got revenge, and I think he was justified with what he did. Standing up against that arsehole of a captain dude, and then again leading the White Cloaks into being a better, less sort of like dicks, going around purging everyone, sort of thing. He made the White Cloaks a good, legitimate. Because to be fair, the White Cloaks, despite their hatred of Aes Sedai and all that sort of jazz, in the earlier books, yeah, they are a bit dickish, but they showed up when the Shonchen invaded. They showed up and they went to defend the lands against these invaders. Yeah, they gave Perrin a little bit of a ag and stuff, especially that one dude that really hated him. But yeah, Gallard made them, made them a good fighting force and stuff. And it was at the latter part of the Perrin Fail getting out of the west and heading back east and up towards the north or whatever. The Borderlands, all the Borderlanders and all that sort of shit. There's just so much, and like some of the fallen characters like Lamphere I liked. Samuel was okay, but a lot of the other ones, some of them, like not Galadriel, because in the TV series, Morgideon has turned up. And she was a fucking nightmare in Morgideon, but they really done her really well. So I'm hoping for season 3. But yeah, it's we're not talking about for an hour about Wheel of Time. But yeah, no, it's great Great book series. So many highs, lows, the relationships that happen in them. Apart from Egwene and Gawain. Why, Gawain? Why? Such a twat. Really are a dick. Oh, Haley, was there a Titan Legion or a Titan that was guarding Dragon? I think we think it probably. Oh no, it was just certain people, and maybe the odd helper, literally. So in Mechanicum, it's Dahlia Sifera, who was the archivist on Terra, who basically started like understanding how to do things with Mechanicum stuff, and she got dragged off to Magma City because she thought she was going to be like in a lot of trouble, and Coriel Zeph had heard about this woman who fixed something without the proper chants and incense, and basically took her out because she knew that she was a bit tasty with stuff. So she gets the custodianship. So it was sort of like Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade. That knight, that was the Grail Knight that was living in that cave. Dahlia Sifera, and my favourite character in the Heresy, Romu 31, the Mechanicum security dude. They are looking after the because she gets basically imbued with a piece of the Emperor's power, so it gives her extended life, in which she then give a little bit to Romu 31 to basically be, and he was going to be her guardian for like 10,000 years that she stayed there, sort of thing. But there was Rath Maven and Leopold Cronus met her before she sort of, because it all kicked off with the Caban machine, the AI construct that the Dark Mechanicum had built, and they'd engaged it earlier on when it twatted them, and then they went for revenge, and that's why they weren't at Magma City, because they went and hunted it down and kicked its ass. Was thinking of the backstory for my Dark Mechanicus. So that's the thing. Most, nobody really knows that the dragon being on Mars. The Labyrinth Nocturnus is somewhere you don't go. They did, but it's sort of like the Mechanicum don't know of the dragon. The Emperor put him there to influence their dreams, and that's how Mars became Mars, because it was the dreams of the dragon being like a mechanical sort of dude, which inspired the inhabitants to go the way they did with the whole Mechanicum type of thing. So, but that was something that the Emperor did to aid him in the future, because he needed Mars to become what Mars became. And that was all part of the plan. So the only people that knew of the dragon were Dahlia Sifera, Romu 31, who are the dudes, and then it was the two other dudes, Caxton and the short mechanic dude, because everyone thinks he's a squat, but he's not a squat. He was mentioned as being squat in stature, so a short, dumpy dude who's really good with tools and stuff. And I think in the audiobook it speaks with a Scottish accent. Yeah, GW basically tried to work in George slaying the dragon. I think, yeah, that's basically it. The Emperor was St. George, and then he went and basically put the dragon in a cave on Mars and imprisoned him there. So, and then he affected the dreams of all these people later on, and then we get the Mechanicum. Simples. Gosh. Yes. Excellent. I actually quite like that. I'm trying to work out an alt history kind of just for fun of what if. Yeah, it's weird. Like again, because of like people that I knew and know through like 40k Black Library and all that sort of stuff. There was a group of guys really like one of them is now a Black Library author, but they you had the Dornian heresy, which was something that was done on some like war cradle, a war seer or whatever, and they done like an alternate. What if Dawn had gone down the rabbit hole and the heresy was Dawn, not Horus? Never read it, know of it, but these guys wanted to do the Sanguinian heresy. So Sanguinius falls and leads the thing. Now, that's fun enough. That's interesting enough. And I was sort of invited to sort of write in there, but I kind of fucked it off because all they were doing was all those modal points in the heresy. So Cygnus Prime, Calf, Talarn. They were just writing them, but from alternate sides, and like mixing up who was on the good sides, who was on the bad sides. If a different Primarch than Horus starts a heresy, certain things aren't going to happen the same way. You've still got to have, because they had like Lorgar as being like a loyal son. Well, he was the one who fell first. You've got to have sort of something to kickstart. Why did the most loyal, devout son decide to turn his back on the Emperor without being influenced and wounded at Davin and stuff like that? So if Sanguinius falls and decides to go, I'm going, my own way. Okay. So what has caused this? Okay. Why is Cygnus Prime involved? Why does he go to Cygnus Prime? He went to Cygnus Prime because it was a trap. Because it was Horus planning ahead to send him there to get rid of him. Well, why did Lucifer fall to Christ? I mean, it's the same question essentially, yeah. But what the events of the heresy in the Horus heresy wouldn't necessarily happen. Especially with different sides, like word bearers being loyalists and this, that, and the other, or whatever. So I sort of went, no, I can't, because all you're doing is just basically choosing the same events and then flipping it around. It's like having the Germans win at Stalingrad, sort of thing, and going against the whole wider picture. If they just basically went, okay, we're going to do Sanguinian heresy, Sanguinius is the bad guy. Okay, then you work out what happens to make Sanguinius go that way. You can't just basically say, oh yeah, he was corrupted for, he looked at a frog different and the frog went, blah! and he just went, oh, that's it, fuck the Emperor. So you got to look at everything. Why did he do that? What motivated him to do that? And not just go, oh, Cygnus Prime, Calf. It wouldn't happen. Imagine Horus encountering the Interrex. Yeah, imagine Horus being loyal, and and the whole thing with the Horus heresy is that the traitors had more time, because obviously the word bearers were the first traitors, the first heretics, and they'd been planning for 40 years and building up their numbers, building up their resources and networks and stuff, and then utilising networks they'd already set up and corrupting them because of the new gods, sort of thing. So the heresy doesn't happen just like that. If someone just goes one day, I'm going to go to war, and just openly does it, no, you need planning, secrecy and planning, and that's what happens in the Horus heresy. So if you're going to do a different Primarch, they've got to have, as I said, their grievances as to why they would choose going that way. And it would have to be something really major. For someone like Sanguinius, it would have to be something really major for him to go, I don't like my dad. So it's getting, if you've got an idea, it's just making it work in a fictional, realistic way. It's been a bit, but yeah, if you listen to the 40k Theories version, it's fun and different, I believe. That's the whole part of Paphos, what Horus was clearly manipulated into his role. Yeah, exactly. He was sent down a path, and again, because he'd been mortally wounded with an anathema blade, and then he was influenced. And at the end of the day, when Erebus done his dream walk with him, he showed him the truth, but addressed it differently. And that was the thing. It's like, here's all these statues of these guys. There's no statues of you, and preyed on his sort of jealousy and all that sort of stuff. There's no statues of you because you're a bad guy, Horus. you're the bad dude here. That's why there's no statues of you. But they're not addressing that, and that's how it worked. He weren't, as I said, he was manipulated. He wasn't Horus because he'd basically hallucinating like fuck. And then obviously Magnus running around as a one-eyed wolf. That's weird. Why a wolf? And honestly, I would prefer to have some of the Primarchs simply going, no, we're going neutral, going off and doing their own thing. Yeah, why not? Goodman did. Plus, I'd like to see more alternate versions where we play more with our single line sections. We have about how Malchador the Emperor intended the HH. Well, that's the thing. There's an audio book, the Malchador, the Sigillite, the Sigillite or something like that, or it's called the Sigillite, and that's actually quite an eye-opening short story to actually listen to or read, because he goes into the whole, the heresy in a way was going to happen, not as it happened, but it was deliberately manipulated. All the rivalries between the Primarchs was deliberately manipulated to help, when it was time for the Astartes to be gotten rid of, that they could utilise these schisms and rivalries to help take each other out. Oh yeah, Master of Mankind, wasn't it? He talks to the Custodes. But I definitely, the Malcador one definitely was like, Malcador goes into like what the plan was. Oh, I keep trying to call that book God Emperor. I know it's not, but now I can't think of the real title. Emperor of Mankind. God Emperor June. And again, with Master of Mankind, that introduced us to some other awesome characters in Arkham Land, Sapien, and Dominion Zephyr. Because they were, again, I love those guys. And obviously, when Aaron kindly put Iracundus into his Siege of Terror book, having a scene with them with Iracundus in it and being named in it was just, oh my god, I loved that so much. I mean, it's not like they're related, but yeah. And again, that's the whole thing, like with Emperor of Mankind and the God Emperor of June. They're both doing the same thing. They're both following the Golden Path to basically ensure a future for the human species. Is a very narrow path. And they are treading it and doing what they're doing on the behest of the human race. Because the human race are dicks. I really, really love the Custodes book too. But yeah, it's just like, you know, that's the whole thing. Like I love about in June was, especially like God Emperor of June is actually one of my favourite June books. I actually prefer God Emperor, Heretics, and Chapter House. Again, like I love the movies. I enjoy the first three books, but I enjoy the last three books better. And not even getting into the other two books from the papers that we found in a cupboard, and we've basically, it was too big for one book, so we're doing it in two. So Sandworms of June and Hunters of June. They weren't too bad, and they actually tied up everything a little bit, because where Chapter House June ends, you just go, what the fuck? Valorous, yeah. That dude. Yeah, God Emperor June. You know, it's you know, you can see from his part, you know, this young boy who didn't have skin of his own, he becomes a sandworm over several thousand years, and he knew he was going to be called the Tyrant, but he had to do what he did in order for the species to survive. So had to breed out the prescience sort of thing, make them sort of invisible, and just, you know, control things. And as I say, it's not nice when you're talking about, you know, tyranny and all that sort of stuff, but you're always going to be fighting against tyranny in all its shapes and form. But in this situation, Leto knew what would happen if he didn't do it, and he had to do it, and that was the sacrifice of Leto II, for taking that on and doing what he did, knowing he would always be like looked upon as like, you know, oh, he's the tyrant, right? But he got everything in place, and that was the Golden Path. Was Paul Atreides was afraid to walk it, and partly down to, I suppose, their upbringing. Like Leto II and Ganima were raised as Fremen, whereas Paul adopted Fremen traditions. They were part of the Fremen traditions, and that's why Leto could do what Paul could not. So I know the whole thing about always hero worship, and be careful of listening to heroic idols and that sort of shit. But Leto, because of his Fremen upbringing, is a pragmatist, and the Fremen do what needs to be done for the betterment of the siege and stuff, and that's what he did. Yeah, Paul was just like, the whole series was essentially a danger-follower and charismatic leader. Yeah, Leto is, and I say he is such and that whole story of him and the Ixian woman, which I can't remember her name. When that whole the first time in his life he meets somebody who, despite being a fucking giant worm, loves the boy inside the worm and gets him, understands him, and he obviously, she was bred to be, or created to be, somebody that would appeal to him, and it worked. But there was that connection between them, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful little sort of relationship. They couldn't do much about it because, again, giant fucking worm. But it was just, it was a lovely thing for him to have before the end of the book. It was such an amazing series when I was younger. I idolised Paul as I grew up and realised he wasn't what I thought he was, and understood more of the story. Yeah, that was lovely. Even though he knew she was a trap, but he couldn't help it, and he never had a chance to love somebody. Like, he loved, obviously, Ganima, he loved, sort of thing. And that was the whole thing, was like, you will marry this dude, the Carino guy, who I'm going to change his name. And he's going to be like a historian, and you will have children and stuff like that. You will have what I can't give you because I've got other things to do. And, he absolutely loved Ganima, and she loved him. But it wasn't, I think they married, didn't they? They married, but then obviously the concubine dude, raised the line or whatever, so merged Carino and Atreides together. But yeah, all those thousands of years of, again, like Bene Gesserit manipulating the lines. And the Bene Gesserit actually become more badass later down the line as well. Dwari, I can't remember his name. The main character in God Emperor, and all that sort of stuff, and Shania or whatever. The attack was. He was doing the pilgrimage to the holy city site or whatever. The weirdest thing in that book was the honoured Martre woman, who and she was like a big girl, but she idolised Duncan Idaho, and then she's watching him, climbing this cliff face and all that, and then when he reached the top, she orgasmed. It's just like, what? She was just so aroused by watching him that she actually orgasmed as he reached the peak. It's like, oh, he's made it, and then it's just like, wow, that's intense. That's Yeah, it took out the well, they took out the fudge. The ones on the other side of the void, honoured matrons. Yeah, the fish speakers. Yeah, it was the fish speakers and the honoured matre were the fish speakers returning, who had been. I can't remember if there was the fish speaker guards that. I can't remember if they actually merged with the Reverend Mothers, but the Reverend they lost because they didn't have spice, and they created their own stuff, and that's where it deviant. But so they lost the ability to do some of the shit that Reverend Mothers can do, because that was the whole thing where they were trying to capture Reverend Mothers and learn the secrets because they were being poisoned. So it was some sort of like hybrid, but they were fish speakers. Yeah, love that plot line. But again, like Heretics of June and Chapter House June, the whole thing with Miles Tegg, Bashar, Miles Tegg, and the young Duncan Idaho, and then how that swapped around in Chapter House, where it's the clone of Miles Tegg and Duncan, who is older. Yeah, it was something like that, and then they came back. They were being hunted down by it was the catmen people were like hunters, weren't it? They hunters of the honoured martres. Go Mars, yeah. I mean, that was cool, but my lord, I had no clue how that played out in the series when I was younger. Yeah, it's like I always remember in like Heretics of June, where was it? Yeah, Heretics of June was the fifth one. When it's like Miles is trying to protect Duncan, the young Duncan Gola, who all the other ones kept on getting assassinated, and he got out, and when that whole thing where they get captured and they're going to imprint him. One of the March is going to imprint him, sexually imprint him. It was Mabella, and they get it on, and then it just like Duncan Idaho goes full autopilot, and it's like, hold on a second, there's something wrong with this Duncan Idaho. He's good at sex. Oh my god, he's out-sexed the honoured Martres and made her addicted to him, and vice versa. So didn't get control over him, but they got dependence, and then that was the whole thing with Duncan and Mabella. Was either that right stated or implied that the Ixian face dancers had become a threat and more powerful. Yeah. What's it? No. I think the Honoured Martres. I think there was something where, because it was the Philaxu females, because you never saw Philaxu females because obviously they were turned into the axolotl tanks, because obviously the Benny Philax were arseholes, and it was, I think, some of the Benephilaxu females who merged with the Honoured Martres or something. I remember because that's why they went and decimated the Philaxu homeworlds. They had their own face dancers or whatever, their super duper special face dancers, but it was a face dancer who was just doing everything anyway. But yeah, I know that there was something like that was involved as well. Basically, that's the end of all we know about the real ending of the series. Yeah, the wounds in a box. Yeah, there was a whole conversation about how they got away from their masters. But that's the thing, because when they started the face dancers, and then they started having the abilities to absorb personality and stuff like that, and that's the whole Marty and the old boy and the old girl in the garden that Duncan sees with the net, and they were, you know, I thought that they were face dancers that basically had gone through several thousand years of absorbing people's memories and that, and basically lived in the garden. But yeah, and then obviously if you read the last, Marty was one, but I can't remember it, and Marty was the woman. I can't remember what the guy was called. But what you really need to do before reading Heretics and Sandworms of Dune, you've got to read some of the books that young Herbert, Frank Herbert's son, and Kevin J. Anderson wrote, because there's characters in there that are from some of the like prequel books, sort of thing. So like Marty and are actually characters you see in, I think it's like the Butlerian Jihad, those sort of timeline books around the Sarah Butler sort of thing. Because, as I said, I listened to them, and you find out the whole backstory of the old Marty and Daniel. So you find out their whole backstory, who they are, were, or whatever sort of thing. So, but you have to I suppose, to really appreciate it, you've got to do the Butlerian Jihad, because they're kind of characters in there, sort of thing, and then over the thousands of years and whatever. But yeah. Yeah. So I like the whole, the conflict, that the hunting down of the Reverend Mothers, and O'Drade, that was it. O'Drade was the main, who was like Miles Tegg's daughter, who he wasn't, I don't think he was aware of was her daughter or something. I think I have all those books because I'm like, that's fair. I haven't done any of the prequel books. I've only ever done the main books, and then I did finish it. With Dune, Sandworms, and Hunters of Dune. So, and I didn't mind him, and I say it did round off the whole thing. And I was happy. I was happy how it sort of ended. It made sense compared to, like, obviously where Frank Herbert left off with Marty and Daniel. You're like, what the fuck? But yeah, how it ends up and it turns out, and all the bits and pieces that happen in between, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It would have been better if Frank had survived, and lived, much like Robert Jordan. And that's what I think is going to happen with George R. R. Martin. He's never finishing Game of Thrones. I've been saying this for donkey's years. This is from like Dance of Dragons. And it's like everything just seemed to take longer and longer and longer. And it felt like he's got and that's the thing about the books, there are so many different things going on. I just feel that he just got to a point where he's like, I don't know how to finish off this. And it's what, 10 years since Dance of Dragons and Winds of Winter, which was season 6. And he's gonna die. he's going to die. And unless he's written them and put them to one side and go, these are coming out after I die, because I just can't be hassled with all the fucking butt hurt. But the characters, the AIs are really good. I quite like them. As long as you separate them from the originals, I feel like a couple of things were low-hanging fruit, like the way the Jihad did. Really need to stop the damn authors dying before finishing their work already. Yeah, 10 years, that's nothing. I followed Jordan into S&M badge. Yeah, it's like, have you done the Culture books by Ian M. Banks? Again, another author who died before his time, really. But, you know, his books are pretty awesome. And it's the characters in it. Again, because I listen on audio books, it's you know, I've enjoyed them. But it's, I struggled initially because it was like separate, because you weren't like, they didn't follow on. They were like little snippets of the culture, this thing, this organisation, like empire, whatever. But it's just how it works, and it's like different views of their culture. But there are some really funny bits in there. There's some really good stories in there as well. So I only finished the last one this year, and like I started like the first one, Consider Plebis, a couple of years ago, and then I put them to one side. I listened to that, and I think Player of Games, which Player of Games is the second book, and is one of my favourite ones. And then it was like there was a couple of decent ones like that. Use of Weapons, which is really unique because it's each chapter is alternate chapters are different. So one, like the ones that are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, they are going forward, and the ones known in Roman numerals are going backwards, and then they cross, sort of thing. It's really weird. It's really unique and novel way, but that whole thing, yeah. It's also like, oh damn it, at times with what happens and whatever. And then I think like my couple of favourite ones, as I said, like there's quite a few. Like, and it's the GCUs, which are big AR controlled fucking ships, and all these like drones and stuff and avatars that these, because the culture are an AI race, and they look after humanity, sort of thing. You know, humans are people. They live on their constructs and all that sort of stuff. But damn it, I can't remember what the last one was. Oh, like Hydrogen Sonata was the last book. It was the one before that. It said like the last few books that I listened to were all really good. Look to Windward, Matter. I'm going to have to look up this lot. And the one I'm trying to look up is one of my absolute favourites of the series. I've got to Google it now. The Culture series, or Culture series. State of the art, Accession. Inversions is the one I never finished. Inversions because I couldn't kind of get into it. That's it. So I've got it, but I've started listening to it because it's sort of different to everything else, because it's sort of like looking at the culture as it works amongst a lesser society to influence stuff. So you don't really get the culture characters coming in, these AIs and drones and stuff. So they're, as I said, they're all snippets of what the culture does in the galactic terms and stuff. So as I said, Consider Plebis is a good book. Player of Games I loved. Use of Weapons is again a really good book, and it's like, oh my god, when things happen. State of the Art, I can't really remember it. Accession was good because that was dealing with stuff. Inversions, never got into it. Look to Windward, enjoyed that. Matter, I enjoyed that quite a bit. Surface Detail, absolutely loved. So that and Player of Games are my two favourites. And the Hydrogen Sonata, which was the last one he did, that is also a good one. So as I said, I would put Player of Games and Surface Detail as the top two. Because again, it's all the different things that are going on in the side plots and stuff like that. But the avatars and the basically you got these things called mines, which are AIs, and they run ships and all the space things. But with the culture being a computer AI based sort of thing, you've got to experience it. But they are just I like the culture because their naming conventions for the ships is basically just like random words thrown together, because it's like a captcha. Sort of weird. And I've spoken on this before, like their ships and air turbulence and gunboat diplomacy. That's names of their ships and stuff. And really grey area and meat fucker. That's the name of a ship, meat fucker, because it has an ability to sort of really fuck people's minds. Maybe I should try an audio. Why not? What you got to lose? They're interesting and unique sci-fi experiences. They went way too much for hardback copies. Yeah, so try the audio book. Try them out. As I say, they don't necessarily follow on. There are references mentioned to previous incidents. Most notably, something that's kids that's in the first one, Consider Plebis. There's a war going on between the culture and a race called the Adirans. So that gets mentioned a few times, and it's certain books are like hundreds of years after the end of the Adiran War, and recurring characters, not so much. There's mentions of people again. I think there is one recurring character or a mention of a character from the previous book. But as I say, it's all about the different aspects of the culture and what they do and go about things and their interactions with other races and stuff. As I say, with Player of Games, for example, in the Great Magellantic Cloud, which is a little galaxy that's attached to the Milky Way, which is a real thing. They find a race of people, humanoids out there, and the culture are trying to get influence and make friends and stuff like that. But their culture has this like game in it, and so the culture recruit this guy who's like this world famous or galaxy famous gamer, like like not like poker or that sort of, not computer games, but like games and strategy and all that sort of shit. And so they fly him out to the Great Magic Clan as an ambassador to take part. They've managed to get an invite for an outsider to join in this game, and this race kind of allow it because they want to find out about the culture, and they think they can learn a lot by having a culture dude come out and join this game and not understand it, maybe lose and all that sort of stuff. But it's the whole stuff that's going on there, because there's other stuff going on as well. It's all part of what the culture are trying to do. They're trying to find out, the other people are trying to find out, and cultures clash. And it's the stuff that this character finds out about this race and about the culture and all that sort of jazz. But as I say, they're really good for the culture characters. Like this is my favourite culture character is an avatar of a GCU, which is a general. I can't remember what GCU. My mind is completely skewed with GCU culture. Or was it GSU? Oh, GSV. Sorry, a GSV, General Systems Vehicle. And these things are like massive. They're like cities in space, and they fly around and all that sort of shit. And they all have their own little identities and stuff like that. But the avatar of this one particular one, Demizen, yeah. So yeah, so Demizen is an avatar for like the culture have an organisation within it called Special Circumstances, which is basically like CIA. And his ship, the warship, he's the avatar of. So he's like the physical manifestation of the mind. It's like a little buddy. You remember seeing Andromeda with Dickhead, the one who played Hercules. You had Andromeda, the ship, and you had its avatar, which Lexa Doig used to play. So, and that had its own little name and character, and it's sort of different from the avatar, the actual like hologram avatar type thing. So that's what the avatars are like. They had their own sort of personalities and quirks and stuff, but they're in constant company with the ship, the mind. So Demizen is the avatar to the Special Circumstances warship falling outside of the normal moral constraints. That's the name of his ship. Falling outside of the normal moral constraints is the name of his ship that he's the avatar of. But he is a cocky, feisty, kind of, go-getter dude. And when you meet him, he's a bit of a dick. He's a bit of a douche sort of thing. But he's got some of the best quotes out there. So, and again, this quote, that's why I copied it. When they're in a bit of a situation, and he's like going like, "I'm a fucking razor-arsed starship, you maniac. I'm not male, female, or anything else except stupendously smart and tuned to smite." because it said at Special Circumstances, he goes about, this ship is like a fucking, I think it's like an obliterator class ship. It's basically this one ship can take out fleets, sort of thing. And he's the avatar of it, and he's just like, he just turns up and just like really sassy, smart ass sort of thing. And he's just, I can't remember listening to a book and laughing so much when he's having a moment. He's just like, he's just he's just funny, and he's just like, oh, what the, oh god. But yeah, there's just one thing. It's like, I'm a fucking smart. I'm cleverer than you all, and I'm tuned to smite. Because that's what I do. I kill things. But he's, as a character, he's just brilliant. He really is. Absolutely worth just for Demisen. Because I say, where you meet him, he's basically somebody like a contest or something like that. And this person wanted to be, wanted to know what it was like to be an avatar or something. He wanted to be an avatar for a ship, or live as an avatar. And Demisen grants his wish, sort of thing. He basically like possesses this person, this humanoid. So the humanoid doesn't actually know what he's done, but like it was like a month or something like that. And Demisen basically just used his body, and he done things that you shouldn't do to a body with that body. It's like, he wanted this. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, like being involved in like some real like dodgy sort of like sex parties or stuff like that, or like binge drinking, binge eating, smoking way too much, and totally abusing this person's, but because it's fine, he can get cured and clean. We've got the medical technology and all that stuff, and the whole thing is like, as far as this guy is concerned, he's literally like, when he comes back, he goes, so like, when we start, he said, "Yep, you've already done it. Well done, you served. Unfortunately, we can't tell you. You can't leave you the memories because we was involved in so many sort of like, black ops and stuff, and it's not safe for you to know what." But he's basically just been using and abusing his body for like a month or even a longer time. So it's like, yes, you served impeccably well. You did what was needed and all that sort of thing. I mean, like you might have even just like got him tattooed and all that. So they've like, right, let's put him back to factory settings. He's just like, you're looking at him going, dude, you are such an asshole. And he said he wanted it, and I fulfilled his dream. It's just that he can't know what he did. But you're just like, you're such an ass. But as you learn more about him, he has got a heart of gold for like the main character in it. And I said, we haven't even touched the main character. He's just like a support character. But the main character is a revenge story sort of thing. Revenge story with a little bit of mystery, and there's a lot of other stuff going on as well. And he's like, quite a philosophical parts in there as well. But yeah, deal with the devil for sure. The mice. Oh dear, he's just. I remember I was driving. I went to pick up Eleanor from uni, and was driving back, and because the roads were fucked, we're taking all these alternate routes, and because she puts her headphones on, so I thought, fuck it, I'm continuing listening to this story because I was so engrossed in it, and I'm listening to it, and I'm just literally like, we're sitting in this traffic listening to this stuff, and I'm just fucking pissed myself. And she's like, "You're right." I said, "Oh, I just found like one of my favourite book characters ever." He should be much more clear on his wish. Yeah. There's that, and also not being involved with special circumstances, because it's like SC for short. So like you've got all these like factions sort of thing. You've got I say special circumstances are like, you know, like the Secret Service type thing. There's another one which I can't remember the name of it, but they're like, they go out and they meet new cultures and explore the universe. And lots of humans have gone out and travelled on ships and seen the universe, seen amazing things, and they can do that and be part of something, you know, because you're working for, you know, the betterment of your fellow culture person, because it absorbs, like, you know, there's other alien races as part of the culture. So like overall, it's the minds and the AIs, and they make flat earthers would love them because they have these things called plates, which are just massive worlds on like these huge sort of like, you know, constructs, and basically on top of them is like a world. So it's like a disc world, and they make these things. They just sit in space. Millions and billions of people live on them, sort of thing, and they, you know, they don't want for anything. Living in the culture is actually, it's quite good for you. You can, there's characters in there that live for donkey's years, and you know what? You want to change sex? You can change sex. We've got a technology, and you can become a woman, or you can be a woman, become a man, and vice versa. Go back and forth. If you want to change the colour, you can do that. You can do whatever you want. You know, as long as you're not being a dick and aren't hurting people, do whatever you want. But yeah, it's a pan-galactic experience of the little intricacies of these races, how they're seen by other races, and then looking at the little guy somewhere. And you know, the series itself, there's some great stories told, and it's not just, as I said, the AIs and the ships. As I said, like, you know, the names of the ships, just I love them, and they all have their own little personalities and quirks and all that sort of stuff. And you can read those books. We could, well, as I said, there are say a timeline. They do get around. They're not, as I said, because they're not really connected, but there is subtle things. So like, you know, you might read something and go, "Oh, what's that? Oh, the Adirian War. That was in the first book." But then like a character, as I said, there is a character that's mentioned in 2 books, and there's another character who appears in a book or 2, sort of thing. You don't realise it's a character until after you finish reading the book, sort of thing. It sort of lets you know that that person was this other person from this other story that you've read about and stuff like that. So yes, just if you do get into the culture, start from the start and just go through, sort of thing. And as I say, there are several which are just really great sci-fi stories with all their little bits and pieces, sort of thing. And all the technology and stuff that they have, and you know, the interactions between the characters and other species and culture vessels and that sort of stuff. So definitely worth it. There's only like, I say, like 10 books, so it's an easy get through. I'll probably will try and give Inversions another go, because I found it, until I can get myself embedded in something, it's hard, sort of thing. But as I said, like, you know, they all have their little perks and quirks and stuff. They're definitely worth it. Definitely worth getting involved in. Right, it's almost 12 in the UK. I've got work tomorrow and I'm tired. But I've been rambling on for almost 2 hours about books. And you've been with me, so thank you very much, Mouse and Badger, if you're still out there. AE, who turned up earlier on as well. And everyone else that has dropped in or will be watching. Sorry for any spoilers if anyone's not read those books and stuff. I maybe have to put sort of like spoiler warnings. Yeah, it's getting late. It's time for bed. I've got to pack all this stuff up and tidy up. So yeah, so thank you very much for hanging out. It's been a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. I know I've done a little, but it's been great. Thank you. And I will be on Wednesday, probably doing a little bit more, finishing up on some of the other Titans, perhaps. Just the final preparations. Or I might even just be doing ships. I don't know. I might do something between them. Sorry. So yeah. So until next time, be safe, be happy, and have fun with your hobby, whatever you are doing. And sounds amazing. I just wanted to quote. Yeah. Thank you, Mouse, for protecting the stream from invasion from bots, and thanks to everyone who joined in, chatted, and everything. So until I need to get some food anyway. You go feed yourself. You've earned it. Thanks for the stream. No worries. Thank you for joining me, and I'll hopefully see you. I said Wednesday streaming. Next Saturday, not streaming because be walking Titans and engaging in Titanic battles of epic awesomeness. So take care of yourself and see you in a few days. That's some figure dance I learned from someone. I know. Daddy buys. Bye.